Hello. Hi Beans, how you doing? Happy Wednesday. Hope you're all good. Cutie Naomi. Ha. I send it right back to yo. Hee. Yeah. You want a free kiss? Oh, I don't know, Yuna. If I just gave away free kisses like that, it would be like, mwah. I was kidding. You're not doing good, so you get one. Hee. Yeah, I know I'm silly. It's all fun. Oh no! Ah, poor Yuna! Well, there you go. I gave you your free kiss. But yes, hello for Wednesday. I'm excited for more Great Ace Attorney. Gonna have a heckin' fun time. And the plan, so to talk about streams, the plan tomorrow is that I'm gonna make sure I get this right. But I said start time. Yes. The game war starts at 7:30 tomorrow. So the plan is I want to start stream at 7, then we can chat, discuss things about about the awards themselves, and the pre-show starts at 7:30. The full show starts at 8. So stream starts at 7. We can all just have a chill time for half an hour. Just chat. Maybe I'll start 7:15 actually. Because maybe I won't have that much time to chat. I'll start between 7 and 7:15. I think that'll work. Yeah, that'll work. I don't want to start too late because then there's no time to chat before the pre-show starts. But for today, we gonna have our fun. I got the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles up. I'm ready to just get in there. It turns out that the stuff that happened in the first game, it matters a lot in the second game. Work on the afternoon tomorrow? Oh no. Well, let's see how long you can stay up. How about that? Alright, let's... Alright, do I have to actually continue? Yeah. Alright, episode 2, The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Let's do it. How long can I keep you up? Oh, I think I could for a while. Hee.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved.
Huh?
But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night.
What?
I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death. the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
So there was a second crime? On that same night from the first game? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer, just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. Now on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return? That epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. A tale which was now about to awaken from some slumber. What? You got barred? You got disbarred? How is it? Well, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Someone's hungry. What happened with Ryunosuke? What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Shum's suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. It's from, It was in response to all the things we learned back in episode 1. Ah! Bruno, good! I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. I'm gonna eat though. I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Shh! Not a word of nerd, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstract thing from my pre-breakfast stagnation repellent mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. What? Did you have to get so close to my face? What? It's like you're trying to come in for a kiss. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very morning met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having a fluster this morning. Can I talk now? Oh, I still love Sholmes. But of course. No, I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the bun was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Really pulled your bun off? Ah, yes. I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped! Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation I grabbed the first one I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. It's troubling me. They expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was an error. Hurley, Merle said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Welcome back, Yuna. Well, that really is a surprise. Ah, yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come eat this bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend. Bouncy bunny. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as published in Grunts magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? You're fine, Yuna. Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really? That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. Oh, yes, what fun! Ah, we can examine everything! Oh boy. We have a lot to look at. Oops. Was it... There we go. The machine really is imposing, isn't it? I can never remember its name. He really calls it his great analytoscope. Analyze anything at all. That doesn't really help me. What does analyzing something even mean? Ah, extremely astute question, Mr. Naruhodo. Examine this. I examine. That is indeed a good bunny booty. Sorry. Well, as Iris said, my machine here spits out analysis results of anything with which you care to present it. Make a good smack. There. I don't know if you heard it. Oh. All I did was clap, by the way. Just clapped really hard. But that's so funny. But how to interpret those results, that's key. I confess I have no idea. Huh. Clearly, I'm going to have to construct a great analytoscope to solve the problem. An analytoscope for the analytoscope. That might not help. That's I don't remember what he pawned. I know what you're talking about, Naomi, but I don't remember what he pawned. Books, papers, scientific implements. These shelves are stuffed to the gunnels. Yeah, right, the violin. Mrs. Sato wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand mess. Susie might not be able to stand mess, but she wouldn't dare touch those shelves. Oh, why not? Everything's in intricate balance. He spends ages on it. It works, I suppose. If you were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. I love his irrelevant in those cases. She noticed it was very delicate arrangement right from the outset. Make it sound like a meeting of great minds. The truth is, Mr. Sholmes just needs to tidy up. Not a lot to look at, only 3 things. Ah, yes, Mr. Shone's faithful musical companion. Wasn't this violin made by somebody famous? Yes, it's a Stradivarius. No, I'm afraid you'd have to save it for 100 years before you could afford one, Runo. But didn't you buy it for a song, Mr. Sholmes? I found it at a pawnbroker among the forfeited articles. Please said Stradivarius, the label. What? Ignorant broker had no idea of its true values, so I paid a mere 55 shillings for it. So no, he didn't pawn the violin, he bought the violin from a pawn. No booty bungle. Can't do that here. Yes, I have something of a turn for shopping. Like Sholmes, bargain hunter. Oh yeah, maybe. But is it really a Stradivarius then? But of course, my dear fellow. It said so on the label. I think perhaps the ignorant broker had something of a turn for selling. Oh boy. Gotcha. It's been a while, so it's good to... Alright, we looked at the left, let's look at the right. I can type with my eyes shut, you know. I can believe it. When a deadline's approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun. Yuna needs other things. Go find it in the VODs. Alright, I believe yo! That reminds me of a dream I had the other day. It was such a funny one, it woke me actually. I was typing for a whole hour in the pitch black, but I didn't make a single mistake. That's incredible. But then, when it got light, I found that there wasn't any paper in the machine. Oh no! That's bad. Now I wonder if I'd actually been typing at all. I think you might have just fallen asleep on the job. Damn. That's a mood. There's so many different bottles up there on the charming little set of white shelves. Oh, be careful, Rilla. You mustn't try the contents of any of those bottles even if you're hungry. Don't do something stupid like that. I'm not a child, you know. Well, I wish I could say the same for Hurley. The other day, he polished off a full bottle of one of my alkaloids. Why? What? He said he was hungry. I'll be extra careful. Come on, Sholmes. Don't drink the alkaloids. Ay. Last thing you should be doing. I look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have, Iris, every single day. Huh, well, I infuse different concoction herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice. You call it concoction, it sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time. Oh yes, that's because different blends can have very different properties. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. Today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat. That sounds ominous. Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna be knocked out. These are different pieces of evidence from cases you solved, aren't they, Mr. Sholmes? Not quite, Senora, not quite. These trinkets are a selection from cases I've solved with particular aplomb. Souvenirs of my success. Memories, Mr. Naruto, memories. Really? So, tell me about the case in which the bust of Napoleon featured. I forget. Memories, he says. Wonderful, Mr. Sholmes, wonderful. He's a forgetful detective, but he has done stuff in the past. Alright, nothing on... Alright. Oh, wait, I just did this. Whoops. Well, let's play the Yuna video game. You take the back button, I'll take the front controls. Oh no. Oh yeah, I forgot about the board. Ah, yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle? Yes, it's from a case of theft that Hurley solved ages ago. The theft of a precious stone. The carbuncle is another name for a garnet, you see, especially if it's cut with a rounded top. Oh, really? And this garnet was blue, was it? Well, that's the thing. They're usually red. No blue garnets have ever been discovered. Oh. So, who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? That's the real mystery of the case. Proper Herlock Sholmes conundrum, huh? Off the ledge, but not letting her get too far from the ledge. Oh boy. Sounds like a proper sandwich. It's this time of year, Londoners seem to leave their hearts alight all day long, and I love it. There's something very relaxing about watching the flames flit and dance about. But the fireplace in the days of summertime is a waste of space. Really, no use at all. I don't like a cricket type in days, no crimes, no criminals, Hurley? Let's do this. Instead of a fireplace, a frost place. That's my latest idea. Extraordinary hearth from which emanates a cool breeze in the hot summer months. What do you think? I think if you invent such a thing, your name will go down in history. The principle is extremely simple. One must, of course, light the cold fire. One must, of course, light the cold fire in the hearth. What? Yes, of course! Brilliant! The trouble is, none of the fires I build ever burn cold. How it taunts me. Well, he's halfway to the air conditioner. So, as you British say, it's a bit of a damp squib? Alright, so he's like halfway to making an AC unit. Just needs a little more. Ah, yes, the huge metal chest with the lace cloth laid on it, being used as a table for tea and coffee. Ah! Yeah, instead of exothermic. Yep. It's very sturdy, that's for sure, and firmly locked shut. Yeah, I know endo and exothermic. One of the basic things we learned with chemistry. Chest contains her father's detailed records of Hurley's many cases. Yes, so I've been led to believe. Though personally I've never actually seen inside. And that's the way it will stay. Those papers are a secret between Daddy and me. Opening it uninvited, you might find yourself being bitten. What, is there a beast inside there or something? Oh. The mimics of RPGs. I mean, hopefully it's not specifically Dark Souls mimic, because they're gonna get eaten up alive. Alright, that was everything. Hold on. I didn't talk, I wanted to go up here first. The office spade. Now that Susano-san's gone, the shovelers aren't represented to correct me. Duh. River! Hello! Hi, I drink the water. Come on, Roxy, you gotta lay down properly with me. Don't keep hopping around. Go on this lovely space behind my legs. Maybe maybe I'll have to do it myself. It's not a spade, Naruhodo-san, it's a shovel! The Sao-san's tea said that she left here with me. I still think green tea is just too bitter though. Thank goodness for sugar and milk. Someone certainly wasn't expecting the acrid taste at one time. Never heard anyone let scream like that before. Or seen anyone fall down the stairs quite like that either. There's a smile on my lips when I'm feeling a little down. Aw. Who's that? There's an adorable river that does the arts. It goes gently simmering away there on top of the stove as usual. It was kind of Susato-san to send that Japanese tea. Iris really likes it. But for me, it's the sound of the stove and bubbling kettle I like the most. On biting winter mornings. First glance at my desk here might look as though it's in a mess. However, it's not in a mess at all. Everything is exactly where I want it to be. Whenever Susato-san looked at it, she'd put her hands on her hips and say, "Oh dear." Her way of saying that I should make a more orderly and neat mess. I miss that. Aww. Mrs. Susato! Ah, yes. The Daruma doll I brought with me from Japan. I always intended to color in the other eye once I become a fully fledged lawyer. And it's still winking at me, like it's trying to say, I can wait, take as long as you need. Or maybe not. I'll just have to keep on doing the best I can, I suppose. That's it for this side? I heard to see what Susato-san's room looks like. I could go in now, of course, but I don't dare. They say a young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets. I won't invade a female's room. That would be wrong. Although from the laughter I used to hear when Iris would visit, I imagine it's mainly sweet. Look at the prawns and the animals gently swinging around the tank. After cleaning, some food and fresh seawater is all they need. And some conversation, of course. It seemed like a lot of effort at first, but it was worth it. I'm starting to be able to tell what they're thinking. I didn't think that so many people in London had aquariums like this once, when they were in vogue. You'd never expect to find sea animals in the middle of the capital. I think I'll have to name them soon. Don't name all the fishies. That's everything, right? Yep. Alright, back down. Oh wait. Take a look at my armband! Wait, present. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, about this. Shh! Not another word. Ah, yes, I see. This would be a collar for the miniature canine with a particularly long neck, and for winter use. Actually, it's the armband I always wear that symbolizes my role as a defense lawyer. Precisely, which leads us to one conclusion. Your arm is, in fact, a particularly long neck of a miniature canine. What? I'm starting to wish I'd never shown them this now. The man's barking mad. I did it. I'm glad I did that. Alright, time to talk. Alright, Mr. Sato's letter. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by International Post. Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? I got above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume... No, I don't recall that. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those two cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache. he didn't have two mustaches, Hurley? Yeah, who could forget those two cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. Not a very deep impression they made on you, clearly. Alright, what's the startling news? So what was this startling news penned by Mr. Sato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting now. I don't feel entirely certain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Mrs. Sato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. It took place half a year ago? For what purpose? This is something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. Guess that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Mr. Sato's fired a question about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram. Oh, that case, yes! It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. Then early he was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, he said. Very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Mr. Sato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? Oh, it was that long ago? Wow. Okay, so ever since the last case, Naruhodo hasn't taken any cases. Okay, now I understand the timeline. It was 2 months. Okay, so yeah, it was 2 months of Susato being in Japan. And now we're 2 months after that. Got it. Now I understand the timeline better. Susato's repatriation. It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. And it was such a shock, wasn't it? Where she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. It was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No, it just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. According to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Sending her back to Japan so suddenly like that? I wonder what Mr. Sato's father is hiding. Wait, do you know what it's all about? Smack the you in the booty to wake up make up the bun. I couldn't speak. Ah! Oh! He switched quick. Ah, well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel. Even if I were quite efficient. So, man, the fruits of my absence. Won't you Irish? Oh my. Well, Harley, don't worry. See you later. Okay, so, Sholmes is busy today. He's going off rather quickly there. That's a little suspicious. I think as Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. You know, that's a good point because Sholmes did say not to tell anybody about that list of names. Saseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By of all people, Mr. Sholmes, yeah. I found them at last! Iris, are they... The notes about the case? That's right. Sissy and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Runo? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. Ooh, music change. No idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. Perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. That's the spirit! Alright, time to study. And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Yuna's lucky. I mean, what? Everything what happened to our investigation and a fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail, I just need to find a clue. I have all the time in the world. Because, of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Why? What happened that you can't practice law? It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. Right, this one. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attack her, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. Yup, that man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. In our compatriot's innocence, Susanoo-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial. But his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. Then he was charged with a second crime. See telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once. Well, Susanoo-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. Oh, this is new. So, February 21st, 5:30 a.m. St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward. There you are at last. Hi, Crimson. It is fun. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh! Late. What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes. And it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, it's at 5:30 now. I think it'll be a very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. Love the every time. But the fact, I myself was opened for this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been aroused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Yeah, we never talked to her in the first game. She was just in a coma. So this is what potentially ended up making us unable to practice law. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. Gonna get pickles. Alright, go get the pickles. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with the knife in her back. Oh yes, Yes, here we are. Miss Green. Oh, we gotta examine everything. Actually, can we move? Hold on, we go back to the suite first. We have to do more examining. Once again, we examine it all. It takes up the entire desk, doesn't it? Really very imposing. Ah, Hurley's great endoscope, yes. You can't analyze anything at all, you know. I've never seen anyone actually using it. Oh, it's his invention, so I don't know how to operate it. Why don't you get it to analyze its own operation then? Ooh, Bruno, you're razor sharp today, aren't you? There's all sorts of these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple any moment. It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Shelton's brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. It looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. Wow. I really don't get it. Yes, we're in the past now. We're going back to, yeah, we're 6 months ago. Trying to figure out why, or in this case, we're gonna learn why Naruhodo or Ryunosuke can no longer practice law. This is Mr. Shum's famous violin. The one he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called again? A shogi something? Oh yes, this instrument features in The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes. It's a world famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo? Stragivor. Are you even trying now? We'll get back to this in our time, I think. So, like, this was before the really big case, and obviously before Susato left. I'm surprised. Huh, I guess that's weird that we never actually went to talk to her in the first game. Like a hidden case. Okay. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Doesn't accidentally put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. She thinks we're an idiot. Uncultured. It's curious how this enormous metal chest is being used as a coffee table. And more curious to think that Iris' father's notes about Mr. Shone's cases are inside it. You mustn't look in there, Bruno. Those notes are a secret between Daddy and me. Mr. Shone's somehow in on the secret? He tends to forget, you see. Since he saw the case, in fact. Once when he read one of my manuscripts, we had a terrible argument about it. Never have I solved such a case, he said. He's absolutely adamant. That boy ain't got a lick of sense. Me sometimes. Sometimes I wonder if he's from our planet, don't you? He just has he just moves on to the next so he has a fresh mind. That's what I'm gonna say. All these memories of Mr. Shum's past cases. You know, Mrs. Sato's eyes still sparkle every time she lays eyes on them. Yours don't, do they, Bruno? Well, I have read The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes now, by order of Mrs. Sato. But the trouble is, having seen the real thing in action, somehow the stories don't quite ring true for me. Well, he does solve the cases in the end. I suppose so. Perhaps there's more to the great detective than meets the eye. Oh, she's typing right now. It always strikes me how pretty and neatly arranged this tea set is. She teleported! As favorite one. In fact, I think it's high time for afternoon tea. Right there, I'll fetch a special blend that I prepared for today. Oh, Iris, you do love your tea, don't you? You look so happy at the prospect. And after you've drunk it, I'll collect some experimental data if that's alright. Experimental data? What? Just what is she about to make me drink? Alright, what's on there today? Ah, yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? So, what's on the blackboard today? Buck up, Bruno. What is this? Oh, I'm just playing around with ideas for the title of next month's installment. Another idea I had was the barrel coronet. I'm torn about which one to use. What do you think, Bruno? Anything but bucked up, Bruno, obviously. I suppose you're right. I'll tell you what. I'll surprise you with it. You don't have to wait until next month and see. So many sleepless nights. Yeah, look at her teleporting back and forth. It's insane! There's a charming little white shelf. And full of charming little bottles, too. Oh, yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode. Ah, a charming cell full of charming bottles full of charring ingredients. You know, I almost strictly drank from one of them the other day. What? And how? I think he was lucky though, he hasn't exploded yet. Chemistry can be a very hazardous occupation. Yup. It's living within the shows that's a hazardous occupation, if you ask me. Iris? That's incredible concentration, that is. I find quite remarkable how she can focus on so many different things at once. Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea. The blend third from the right would be good for you, Runo. Oh, Iris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. Damn! If I've remembered correctly, this large and imposing lamp of iron is called a typewriter. It's funny that every single one of the adventures of Warlock films blossom from this very machine. It's such a dreamy thought. I actually had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made the Iris angry. Hodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. Oh no! I'm not dreamy. Big sad. Oh, rip me. Alright, check out something quick. Only super dreamy. Ah! Now I've made Sasao-san angry as well. Good job! Alright, I think that's... our new office. So we haven't even done anything in there. Alright, back to the hospital. There's a photograph in this frame here. Oh! Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He must be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman is a special someone, do you think? My mind is not. I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart. Not in the least. This seriously said the first thing I thought of. Statue? This runaway figure isn't the most charming, is it? I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Haruhodo. It's an artist mannequin, I believe. Used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Really? It's not exactly what you call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess, I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. If you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Well, that's one way to say fat. Huh, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place, a zoo? You know, honestly, I've never seen an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons, yes. This is a person. Oh, woman, I hope she hasn't read this. Wow! That's fucked up! Wow! That's just mean! I was thinking of this rat down here in the corner just chewing along, but no! Wow! Lots of bottles in the cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that? Hee. If you're a patient here, I'm sure you take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I have no doubt you managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mrs. Sato. I'm not that good half asleep. Alright, what are the dot? Oh yeah, you just see it now. There's just a rat behind my head. Eee! A mouse, Mr. Naruhodo! An enormous mouse! Yeah, that thing's giant! For a minute in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best. Looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? Very plump. I'm not sure we could say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you're thinking. No, it's just there. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look, I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. Imagine if you were packaged, you might try a whole bottle or two. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure cabinet doors. I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. Why did you break the lock? Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mrs. Sato. I'm not the Hulk. What does this one say? Oh, this looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital. Patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so... He or she was probably running around the hospital then. Oh dear, how worrying. What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. Is the patient the rat? What's in the bag? Why it freeze? Oh. OBS went down a little bit. Well, thank you for knowing that, Naomi, because I didn't see it freeze. It's supposed to be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the payment, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. Change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. Are you good, Naomi? I'll type, just to make sure. Oh my god, that's not what I was... Huh? No one's trying to do anything. OBS just had a little goof. Just a little. Because I didn't drop that many frames. Alright, time to talk to the person they're told not to feed. Because that's still fucked up. That they write on her thing, do not feed. That's wild. Good morning. Oh, she's an artist. Hello, I'm a Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Oh no! Was it your knife that? Are you the man who? No, I'm a lawyer. And I'm Susato Mikotoba. Nice to meet you. Oh no! Was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you. Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes. Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's a wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. That is a massive depression. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. About the incident. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had in the screen. It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all the time. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? I've been here at the in hospital, I mean.
It has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by no other than I, Herlock Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I am afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh no, we're also relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are.
With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. Oh, jeez. Super depressive.
How about yourself? So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no! I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts? We've been in such a wonderful country.
Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brookston Road.
I see. How very interesting.
Oh no! Is it?
Brixton is some 10 shops away on the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Center. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes?
Perhaps not. But Briar Rose is far less salubrious part of town comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means. Including the maleficent Mr. Mustache.
Inferior means, I suppose Saseki-san does fit the bill.
It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for you fine arts students to be walking into such a district. That's all.
What are you doing? What's this? She suddenly clammed up.
Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into young beings' private affairs.
Oh dear me, do forgive me.
If you don't mind, I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Yes, of course, we won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green.
Huh.
Is there a Mr. Nerofather here? Mr. Nerofather? Nerofather now. Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah! Mr. Nerofather, good! This is for you.
It's a message from a Mr. Saucy Nutsmeg. Saucy Nutsmeg. What a name. Mr. Natsume sent a message to me? But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly. What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? Ah, what are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? There's something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detectives rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Look out. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we had to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings when we did. That will be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? Here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place in Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Oh! Wait, what? Oh, so this is just a completely different second case. What? The hell appears at once. What the fuck? So you weren't kidding about two cases. It was only yesterday that Saseki-san was in court, and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? Hey, where they'll be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us all. At the time, we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. What? For 7:18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Wait! What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead! The locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Mr. Natsume! Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday! I was finally home after 2 days of misery! And then I wake up the next day to this! No early bird should catch a worm like this! Waffle! Worm! Without! Wiggle! Is he in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache? Ah! Not the horrible airlock Sholmes! Shoo! Shuma! Show yourself the door! I never invited you! Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm not sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I am entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Grrr. Oh, hey, detective! Here they are, already, the busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Mr. Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Or good morning to you too, Sunshine. Well. Yeah, never-ending fish and chips. How did this guy get in here? Why was he eating stuff from his place, and why did he die in here? What the fuck? It's not even that much to look at. I know, the clothes too. There's so many questions. Oi! I said hands off. You're gonna mess up my crime scene. Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance.
I know you're kind. I'm pretty confident I did too, yeah? Yeah. It was like we randomly ran into this person once in the first game. And then that was it. We didn't talk to him after that. And now he ends up dead in the second game. Interesting that they do that. So it's not retconned. Like they sowed the seeds. A way to say it. Like they planted the seeds for this case. I said that just by looking at that. Someone's in a bad mood. There's surely some bad air in here, isn't there? Alright, it sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. Well, it's technically not out of the timeline. We just never talked about it in the first game. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless senses of excruciating experiences. So the victim lived here on the ground floor and your room is just 1 story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So, did you know the victim? Were you friends? Soseki? Soseki? What's the matter with Soseki-san now? It was an instant enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? Never! Oh, on my honor, I swear it. What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him here, I felt wretched. Which is why I sent word asking you to come. Through that inspector over there! Oh, that's why. Okay. Alright, let's talk. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? William Shamspear. I get it. Mr. William Shamspear. He was a lodger here. As you could probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss as it happens, or just dead. Mr. Shamspear? It was the landlord, old Mr. Garadeb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found them. The fella didn't rise at his usual hours, so Garadeb got worried and kicked the door down. But isn't Garadeb have a bad leg? Ah, yeah, you're right there. It's a Jerry Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Soseki-san? The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. He even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you send him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious, but I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter. You're already gonna put him in jail. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. So he seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? So you know what, Naomi, I think the reason they didn't do this immediately is because, 1, they only have so many cases to do. 2, there's probably going to be details from this case that isn't plot relevant in the first game, but is plot relevant to this, which is why we're doing this now. Oh man, how unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fellow's been gone for that long. The body's still warm.
Only the inspector would allow it. I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. What are you doing? Sholmes? What are you doing? You're up to your old shenanigans, as usual. Well, I gotta go feed my cat quick. That's funny, Naomi. Alright, I gotta feed the cats. I'll be right back. Maybe a minute at most. Alright, I'm back. Now I just had to adjust for my dog. There you go, Roxy. Now you can lay on my legs like that again. Alright. Well, she even got more comfy as I petted her. She's a good dog sometimes. Holmes, what are you doing? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Huh, you only observed. Deserve to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I managed to deduce is what actually happened. My goodness! But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. And the second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Look at those teeth. Alright, Mr. Natsumi, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholm's deductions? No, please, pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. Of course. Let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. That's some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt, this will be no exceptions. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Sholmes's Logic and Reasoning Spectacular at Act 1. Yay! We bring this back! The game is afoot. Alright, topic 1. Cause of death. I love this every time. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison, and he reacts to that. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you observe, one hell of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is this soap set to so purposely upon the dish? Victim's last supper, in fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer, and reacts again. It appears that the young man's appetite was an undoing. Taking out arms in form of a cutlery, the victim engaged a deadly battle for his life, and reacted again. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. I don't think that's soap, but Linden's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. That's 4 reactions. The soap and the letter about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. So did he just die by eating soap? Intoxication! The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to an excessive ingestion of foul soap. Well, personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Poisoning from soap ingestion. Topic 2. Suicide or murder? The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2. We'll ponder the next question. Time to hold Yuna's lids open so you don't be sleepy. Was this suicide or murder? He is reacting so much. My goodness, you are the most suspicious person on the planet at this point. The audience will recall the death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup's just the answer. To draw a conclusion that such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own public color's tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. He's reacting to, like, everything! Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Guess it's not that. Though forced open now at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pockets. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with an accurate aroma lingering in the air, the victim let his hand in tragic solitude. We could take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. No possible perpetrator present. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction. I love these every time. Even if it's very wrong. I love that it just pops out. He just gives it a shake. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You were disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary! In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. You don't just take my pretty owl to cuddle, or warmth will make me fall asleep instantly? Oh my goodness, I'm gonna lose both Yuna and Naomi to warm cuddles. You've eaten it, you mean? Dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. Doing Naomi, smack the bunny booty. And did it? As I writhed it agony on the floor and spilled the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. My experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Why? We gotta give the bunny the cuddles. I mean, I wouldn't even if you did. Something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. Ah! I couldn't help noticing him shimmering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sho's abductions touched their nerves somehow. Nonsense! Hell, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging Mr. Natsume's reaction, the Great Detective's abductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Sho's observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. There's a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head, driving it in at an obtuse angle. You're fine, Yuna. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the keywords in Mr. Sho's quite brilliant deductions, and squeaky exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sho's meant to say in the first place. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Sleep well, Yuna. Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Alright, course correction time. Alright, not gonna read the same thing every time. Alright, careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Followed by the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates use of poison. Oh, wait. How do I... Oh! We still have this. Okay. Oh, we still have two pieces of evidence. Okay. Which contains, you'll observe, one half a sizable layer of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposely upon the dish? Like the Villain's Last Supper, in fact. Yes. Can we meet the man who was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. Oh, we're only doing the question marks for now. Well, you can't deny that a fork implies the man was eating something or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I actually prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with chopsticks. And of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap. Oh. Do you think he was drinking tea with his soap? The cup's empty. There's no way of knowing. Ah, how about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it so he could gulp as much down as possible. Please remember that he may not actually have been the soap lover that he's been made out to be. Oh. Hat. Fork. I suppose you eat soap with a fork, would you? I don't think it's a question of which implement you use. You shouldn't eat soap full stop. But then why? Why does this man have a fork in his hand? Oh dear, I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruhodo. Please don't take it out on me. Point is, if we decide the man used his fork to eat the soap, we wouldn't be changing Mr. Shum's deduction. We really ought to consider some other clues. Just press the teacup.
Take that!
Here we have an empty teacup within arm's reach of the victim. Apparently, if poison was the cause of death, the possibility that it was in his drink can't be overlooked. My dear fellow, possibilities are endless. The question we are currently pondering is whether or not this vivacious-looking victim ate the soap. Ah, to be established that, I suggest you keep your possibilities to yourself. It looks like I was getting ahead of myself. What? What am I looking for then? Vivacious might not be the most appropriate term to describe a dead man, Mr. Sholmes. Knife and fork in hand. Even so, surely you wouldn't try to eat soap no matter how hungry you were. So we must determine, is the victim eating soap when he died or not? Can we establish that with some certainty? We shan't make any progress on a slippery problem. Oh! I didn't see this! You know, like... Because if you turn it, like, completely... I didn't see this. It's, like, so... I didn't see that. Look, there's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamsphere must really have loved this stuff. That's not just conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Look closely at this soap. Oh, welcome back, Naomi. Do you see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table? What the? How can that be? I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart.
Take that!
It was this. The other piece of soap reveals the answer. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really. No depths of hunger would drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquestionable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned. Was there no sign of any food on the table? An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap was besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Which obviously we know it's not true now. Soap argument then. As he suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. Soap in London is that poisonous? I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. There are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food is the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Okay, now it's probably the teacup. We'll do that.
Take that!
Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed. Teacups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoning over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. He's part dummy, but it eventually gets correct. Poison in the tea. Cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? A single teacup suggests the answer. The Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deductions so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamster was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is just not Sume's reaction we heard Mr. Shamster suggest it. Worse in this section than it seems. Let's closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues. Oh, wait, what? He's got another teacup. I didn't even see this. It's a teacup. It too is empty. And he's actually holding this one in his hand. We can assume this is the cup from which Mr. Shamster is actually drinking. Well, if that's the case, this changes everything. Everything we deduced up to now is turned on its head. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly how you feel.
Take that!
So how does Sasuke-san know about the other, or Natsume know about the other teacup? Did the man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were two teacups in this room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. Conclusion that's such meager. Foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce? What about this possible guest at the table? Allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in the room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. And obviously it changes from this. I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. The identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. I can't try to ignore your feelings so we can not ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Let's see, nothing there. Isn't this his books? Yeah, it's Mustache. It's not Sume. This kind of seems that the only thing that's ruined are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these three books initially. I don't know what they are. Let's see. The titles read... The picture of... Yup. Emotion of the Cook, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Gabaro. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but... the exact same three books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. Yeah, he's the other guest. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Mr. Green was stabbed. Saseki-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them. That's right. Those three titles are here in this room of the victim. And Natsume claims never to have been here before. Liar! What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. pile of familiar books. Well, let's just see what the empty bottle is. It's empty. Empty of liquid, but full of air. Makes you think, doesn't it? Makes you think that you're full of hot air. You should think about who else was in the room at the time. This sounds quick and response was cleverer than my original riddle. I get what he was trying to do. Let's present.
Take that!
Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. So, it's no mere coincidence that these three titles are here in this room. It's linked to the truth. Ah! So Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at secondhand bookshop. That's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles in your own room, will you not? This very moment. No! Never! Non-negotiable! Stop presenting yourself. If you can't bring your own copies here, proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. And... what a pose! I purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings. You were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. He's like dancing to the room! Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. The victim died last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor... I love how he jumps in. Right on Ryunosuke. Was you, Mr. Saseki Natsume. Saseki Natsume. And thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes' great deduction. Saseki Natsume at the scene. Still don't know if it's a suicide or murder, but it definitely points to him. Deduction complete. While a couple of details get wrong, he does lead us on the right track at least. Not again! Not again! Not again! Not again! Well then, Mr. Natsume. It would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes? Door! Key! Locked! Empty! Exit! Entirely impossible! So flustered, he's being even stranger than normal. What, you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? Even the same building, after all. You'd have plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But... Misery me! Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You horrible Sherlock Holmes! He really has found himself in our trial now, hasn't he? I mean, it's a fact. He hid it that he was here. Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Look who's in this, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... you have to help me, please, please! I'm innocent! Right, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Oh, yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him this breakfast for me! Yes, we must feed the kitty. Oh, that would have been perfect timing if I had to feed my cat at the same time. Oh, water. Ow! And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. Saseki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. Pounce on Bluey? What? Don't just pounce on me. Oh yeah, we can investigate now. We got Gregson out. Not the best way to get him out, but it works. Need the Bluey? Wow! Naomi's turning into a cat just to be able to touch me. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson's no longer here. I'm examining the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. And of course... What? You forgot what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garrideb, who discovered Mr. Shamspeare. Oh, and Naomi doing the :3 face. Naomi turned into a barn cat. But I guess it's more attention I get than my cat gives me, usually. So I won't mind. Ah, Mr. John Garrideb, yes. I was expecting to find him in the sitting room at the top floor as usual. Right, you must remember to go and talk to him later. Then. Yeah, my cat doesn't like my room. I don't know why. Alright, let's start looking at everything. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performances? Shamspeare performances. Actresses right into the Green States must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? Then you could practice your art every single day. I'll think about it, if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. This I have to see. Oh no. Susato with a beard? This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Gas lights, a gas stove? London really is a city of gas. I think about it. Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. Understandable. And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind. This is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. Ah, I see. Yes, now you pointed it out. I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. Well, that's convenient. That kind of simplifies things a little bit. You pay as you use, and then they just come to collect. So you mean if you put a coin in here... That's right, that would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. 2 hours? Oh no, never mind. That's not great. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold? Yes, or if you were scattering with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. That would suck. The window again. As you've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. Vestige of the former window tax the Britons had to pay. The strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property? It's extraordinary. It's insane. How can you think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax? Oh! What is it, Mrs. Sato? If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose. Oh, someone broke in? Oh yeah, look at that. Wait, what? There's more soap? What? Smuggling? Oh, yes, it looks as though an amateur had broken out a few of them just here. So Mr. Shakespeare did, I wonder? Me and the lodge are running this room. God, look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it. Wait, outside? Let's look again. Brr, it's so cold outside. You can feel it through this gap. It snowed all last night. It would be cold. More importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap? What bars of soap do we lined up on the ledge outside the window? I have no idea. But the pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window? I think perhaps we should take one. There are two after all. Oh dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at the soap. Ah. Do you see in the middle there? There's a patch that's different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only on Great Britain. Looks like the Hinamaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. Probably a very expensive brand. Expensive, then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? The bar of soap. I want to look at it. What is this? This bar is a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it? Trust the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special. I like it. It reminds me of the Hinamaru design on the Japanese flag. I expect this rather expensive soap. That doesn't seem likely given who it belongs to. That's it? Okay. Maybe it was for... Maybe the mark was a coin, and so somebody was like smuggling coins in so that he could have gas? I can see that. These extravagant bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim, shady goings-on. This one looks like a king's attire. King? I've always dreamt of being a king. Oh, I think to be more suited to a feudal lord, a daimyo or such like. Right. It is really weird, but it's in the shape of a coin, so I don't know what else it could be. With a Chon Mage top knot? Every Japanese man wishes he had a Chon Mage. You look wonderful with one, and you already have a sword. Imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a Chon Mage and a sword. That'd be a mess. There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yes, not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks? Oh yeah, his wine bottles. And glasses. Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and that you should donate some to the needy. You can suggest the next time we meet. What is this on the ground? What's this? It looks like part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think maybe you're right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened? Is this significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps. Let me look around the room. There's no sign of a letter or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there? Ah, she's right. And yet, here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree, we better take this just in case. Alright, torn off end of the envelope. Ripped piece of envelope that was found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. The rest of the envelope could not be located. Only one of the tea customers for Shansmere to guest drink from last night. Don't go drinking from the Star Hodo. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyways, the cups are both empty. That's true. So, one was Mr. Shanspere's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. So Seki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Imagine which takes you to examine them in more detail later. Alright, so you got both teacups. The one with the green line around the rim was Mr. Natsume's. Okay. Well, that's it? Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Inspector Gregson, but back so soon? Give me that little Japanese phone in the clink. I'll report this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, you better be leaving then. Poor Nastasia must be feeling very low being back in his cell again so soon. He's alive! Try to go and... What's wrong with Snarhodo? Zombie? Ah! Out, brief candle. It was creepy. I did not see that coming at all. Life's but the walking shadow, a poor player. Why is he posing like, the Manderville from Final Fantasy XIV? That's the same exact pose. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then it's heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed! Oh, happy day! Well, he followed... he followed your command, Naomi! Oh my god. What a turn of events. That threw me off so much. What? Walking Dead?! Oh my god. The fella isn't dead at all. This is nonsense he was saying, though. I think... Yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. They even reference Shakespeare. And Shamspeare. What? So that will be from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that now was. Well, this took a turn. What the fuck? I've never been so thrown for a loop in a case as I have now. That's amazing. Oh. Alright, we're on Briar Road. What do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life? I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. Seems very likely Mr. Shamster did consume poison as we deduced. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. Oh, so, let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What is that person doing? What's this man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see into Saseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? What was that jaw? What does he do? Oh. Okay. He's like, oh shit, I have to leave. Bye! Again, a turn of events. He just ran off. I feel sure I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too. Was he it? Wait. Did he appear in the same chapter as well? Hold up. Wasn't he the guy that Shamspear was talking to? So I'm sure he was talking to somebody else in that chapter as well. What happened to the bike? There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Gyarados residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. One seems very warped, though, especially the front wheel. Does that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think? No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly afflicted. Then there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on his bicycle, I think. Oh dear, I fear you may be right. The Gyarados household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in a prominent position there on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feeling that it's a bit of a slant. It does rather look as though it collapsed in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it? Isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I think my own hunch is why Saseki-san has such a hunched back. Now, I don't know for sure. On the top floor where Mr. and Mrs. Gyarados live, all the windows are bricked up. Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows the property had. In order to pay less tax, the poorer members of society filled in many of their windows. The tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So windows could all be opened up again, surely. Unfortunately, it appears that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Yes, that is a sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. And that's the price you pay for living in a very cheap accommodation. It's sort of pointless when you put it like that. All the other windows are open. For others, they're not as poor as them. Or the poorest people. It's blanket and fog again today, and the sky is covered in cloud. And if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the crystal tower being built. Ah, the crystal tower, yes, the centerpiece of the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Oh, are we actually gonna see it open in this game? I don't know. Everyone's talking about the great exhibition in London at the moment, it seems. Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I think most of those other buildings are also, like, businesses. Because you can see, like, the names above. So that's why the windows aren't bricked up. This house just happens to be, like, the one residence on this entire street. Visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry. The last great exhibition that was held in London had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. This time, the British are determined to make it an even bigger success to outdo the Paris expedition. I see. An incredible number of people. With so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed. So what is the honest approach of buying tickets to the main entrance of Naruhodo? Yeah, because look, Daily News, they got other businesses on here. So, like, the street we look at down here, this is businesses. This just happens to be on the corner of the street. Snowman! Why has somebody put the snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think? That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruhodo. That's part of the snowman's body. Really? But it already has a perfectly good body. Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner. Now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man, I know how he feels. Maybe these Japanese or British 2-ball snowmen that are strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections, head, torso, and legs. Do you ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? Don't we all? Sometimes. That seems to be everything. Alright, where do we move? Oh, we could go back, Alright, let's go back to other places. Oh. We didn't even set up the office at this point. I gotta do the spade. I think we should put the spade away somewhere. It's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose materials. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. We're just staring at each other. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? You're so right, Naruhodo-san. You mustn't quarrel over such trifles. On reflection, then, I think I'll leave the spade where it is. Because I think that's for the best. I mean, you shut up when we're working in the garden. The argument never stops. There's like nothing in here. That's crazy. How about you both take turns smacking each other with it, and the one who survives gets to say what it is? Oh my god, Naomi! That's so evil! I heard that there's another room behind that door. Yes, it's my bedroom, Naruhodo-san, as you well know. So I'll help you unpack your things. It's very kind, but no thank you. Your luggage looked very heavy. Are you sure I can't help you move it? That's very kind, but really, no thank you. A young man's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. The only secret I have is the 5-yen banknote hidden on the backside of my Daruma doll. Oh. These things are for keeping sea creatures. They're called aquariums, and they were all the rage in London one time, apparently. Yes! The English are so clever coming with the idea of having ocean life on display in the home. And it means you always have an emergency midnight feast on hand, too. I'm not sure that's really the idea. Naruhodo just wants food! There's not really much here, surprisingly. Anything new? Nope. Nope, nothing new. I just want to see. Alright, Nomi, who should we go to first? The Gyarados room, or do we go to prison? Oh wait, they must still be questioning Mr. Natsume. So never mind, we're going to the Gyarados room. We would have to go here either way. I know, right? Who wants to go to prison? Oh man, this place. Here we are again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. I'm here because Mr. Daredev's the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. There you are, sir. Ah, you chaps, eh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Daredevil as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bloody nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Daredevil? Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Those were exactly Inspector Gressica's words, weren't they? Oh, he's getting up. Alright, examine everything. Oh, copy of Rand's magazine. Manchester Holoc Shums is being read all over London. Isn't it wonderful? Naturally, one aspect of such a singular detective could really exist. Boy, I met the chap. It's undeniable. He is most certainly singular. Singularly dangerous. That's genuine public opinion for you, Mrs. Sano. As it really should be reflected in the stories. Make no mistake, Mr. Hardo, I intend to snuff out the sort of public opinion we just heard personally. Uh-oh. She about to kill a boy! I'm starting to see where Mr. Sholmes' untainted reputation comes from now. A single apron drying on that enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Look. No, Mr. Naruhodo, that's a real cannon. I knew that. I was just testing you. Piece of history, that is. Seen plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. Now, the old girl and I are just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together. And of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again. Is there a war going on that I don't know about? That's your military uniform, isn't it, Mr. Garadeb? Well, ceremonial garb, yes. Been hanging on the wall ever since my retirement bash. Not in active service now, you know. Doesn't mean much to me anymore. You can have the old thing if you wanted it. Well, it might suit Lord Von Seeks, perhaps. An overly ostentatious outfit like this could be just what he needs. Very tactful, Mr. Sano. Very tactful indeed. Live ammo? Ah yes, those are Zora's mortar shells. It's quite something seeing them up close, isn't it? Didn't you say something about firing them into the barracks, Mr. Garadeb? Ah, you remember, do you? Just a little mishap that occurred during training one day. What are you doing firing on your own men? The captain bellowed at me. Now, one thing I'll appreciate, because they do reference this stuff, I'm glad they actually kind of like keep the tutorial related stuff out, because there was an attempt at a tutorial, but I said no, and there had been no tutorials whatsoever. So that's pretty cool. Not surprised. Little mishap doesn't really do it justice, does it? Well, one of these little incidents when one's a hot-headed young private. Perhaps I should put some evidence that resulted from one of my little mishaps on display. Oh, does the great lawyer, like the great detective, want to exhibit some trophies of his finest moments? Maybe. It seems Mr. Garadeb's Medal of Honor is still proudly displayed on the wall. Description reads for distinguished participation, if you remember. Yes, I remember, because I remember thinking even I might stand a chance of picking up honors like that. Well, I know it to look at me now, perhaps, but I have my devil-may-care days in the, you know. Devil-may-care? What'd you get up to? You gonna answer? Well, all in the past now, of course. best left there. Sir, what did you do? Best not. I want to know now. Right? You look very dashing in uniform there, Mr. Gyaradev. Ah, that old portrait, eh? Drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs. Wait. Art student who lived downstairs. Miss Green? Or the guy that was in that painting in her room? Oh, you look so wonderfully young, courageous, and strong. Oh, that's a little, Oh, if it's Chap, then, it's the guy that was shown in the painting. Or in that one picture. Yes, well, the chap presented to me that one day and asked if I'd let him off the month's rent to return. Oh, I see. So you did, presumably? I well did not. Of course not. Oh! Portrait is portrait, but rent is rent. Eh? And yet it's still there proudly on the wall. Oh, but that screen's hiding now. The aftermath of the fiery altercation the other day. Don't suppose I'll be able to clear that mess up for some time now. Oh dear, this is a very difficult situation for you. I'll say, people talk about twists of fate and whatnot. But this is a twist and a half. Rotten show all around. He's clearly struggling with everything that's happened. There's a good view over the wintry east end from up here. It's an impressively great scene. There's really nothing comparable in Japan. Down below, Briar Road, partly blanketed in snow. The pavement where poor Miss Green was struck in the back by that knife. Thinking about it, this is the only room of this building that actually has a window onto the outside world. Sometimes Great Britain really does seem like a strange land, doesn't it? I suppose all foreign cultures seem strange at first. Imagine how Englishmen would feel on arriving in Japan seeing people with the Chon Mage top knot. Oh, that's a good point. I want that top knot. These shows look like they've been completely torn apart by a wild beast. Huh. Reminds me of the Battle of Maiwan, don't you know? The experience of a seasoned veteran. And the surrounded on all sides. We really thought we were done for, the whole Bali company. We were taking a real pounding from their cannons, so all we could do was run for our lives. Oh, I thought that story was going in a different direction, actually. Well, the whole experience taught me one thing I could tell you. When you're done for, you're really done for. That's not what a lawyer who often finds himself under fire wants to hear. There's an impressive collection of cakes on that fancy silver cake stand there. I feel sure that it was full of cakes when we first investigated in here as well. Yes, quite right. Haven't touched it since. I haven't done much at all, really, since it all happened. Time's rather stood still for me, you know. Oh. Time has stood still? Now that's an interesting phrase. I might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying the office. You could just tidy up, Mr. Naruhodo. She heard me. Alright, I think that was everything. Yep. I'm gonna start talking. This morning's incident. It must have been a real shock for you this morning. Maybe you discovered what had happened. Ah, well, that hopeless actor champ rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no Bali answer. That's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door? Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. It's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleep and warranted such behavior... I'd have to kick your door down every morning. Please don't. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Seriously, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? What? Why are you suspicious? I thought that was a sorry situation Dee you found on the far side of the door. Kick down Bluey door, cuddle him? What? My door! But Cuddles! Ah! What about Mr. Shamspear? The victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspear. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. Oh, okay, so it wasn't even that long ago, actually. And how would you describe him? That's going in quotes? What? What do you mean? And we're destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a bally screwed loose. So hard to choose which category Saseki-san would fall into. Sir, although that's a little rude. He was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare! Read a few plays at the old Bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's not as sound in Japanese, as you know. Many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was sure into sound, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. That is quite a translation. That's okay, quote. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsumi is a scholar in English literature as well. Imagine he and Mr. Shamspear would have much in common. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Sir Hodo, really, how rude. Yesterday's events. After Mr. Natsumi's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now, it must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time. Spirit Dad noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Some of the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamspeare got back. And the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather dark there. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mrs. Sato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garrett, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly. Not a big fan of stairs. Not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean. Oh? Oh! That's a very good point. I imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a bully outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? And how do you know, Mr. Gyaradev? It's the gas, woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas? Speaking of gas, are you gassy? Stinks in here. What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is applied to the building with pipes. Yes, I'd more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside. And the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. River sneaking about. Maybe. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly, but at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. Yup. It takes extra energy to light a flame. But then the energy used goes down. And it's actually the same thing on like any electrical appliance. You turn it on, that takes the most energy, and then it's just less to maintain it. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipes so the other lamps are connected to it. That explains why the other lamps dim momentarily, mustn't it? Mightn't it? Mightn't it? That's a new contracted word. Yes, of course. Because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable. Jolly good point. In fact, it is. The gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless. Long run. Barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they glow brighter in the rest of the house. Ah, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it. Of course, because when people come back home in the evening, before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. Watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh, that's fascinating, Miss Gyarados. Absolutely fascinating. Now, why are you concerned, Naomi? Pumping your house full of toxic fumes? Ah, that's the old times. That's all they had. Oh, well, nothing to it, really. And I can't really see that's going to help us with the case either. I'd like to know, why is the Gyarados so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place? I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Oh, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Let's have to go to prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. Good idea! Let's go. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Alright, let's talk. Why is this turning into the... It's like the guy standing in the corner with that one camera movie. I forget what it's called. But he's just standing there. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now? Welcome to the Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes. What is he? Tell me! Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Sholmes? He actually called himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolic deductions, they're not to this world. They've left me. Cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you! Well, that sort of hurts. Never quit his doom, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction too. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it? Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! Oh. I'm stuck in a cell, suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions! I'm sorry to hear that. Are these selfish Steister? Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly, wishy-washy, William! Well, it seems like Mr. Shamsir was never actually dead in the first place. Ah, yes, that might make sense. I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh! Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspear, didn't you? Good job, giving that away. I'm not saying another word! I demand to have a lawyer present! Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Why am I cursed like this? I can't even examine, so we need to talk. What happened? Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell! But, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. The case I saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. And it's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening at past night it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspear. So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong! I'd never been to his room before! It was the first time! Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. It ties in what Mr. Garrideb said. The doctor went out and came back after 8. And again later that evening at around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I had brewed as his gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk into singing then? And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet! Who was the stronger? The stronger? What? That was a delightful debate. I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject! Shakespeare! And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspear's tea? No! Never! Not at all! Team Juliet won! That was me! And when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit! I swear it categorically! Okay. So he won the argument, so he has no reason to retaliate. Cursed existence. That's me. You often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. You have a cursed existence? I'm sure I mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now. Show me a retaliation? Yeah? What you gonna do? Oh, I'll take the hugs. That's definitely warranted. Yeah. I'll take the cuddles. Look, that's no place for me. It can be very tiring, very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of their culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look. They all stare at me, they all laugh. That's probably why he gets so nervous. This pressure I get whenever I go out, it makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I become a recluse. You know, in my room, I find no respite for my fears. I moved more times than I can remember. And then 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money it spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? Oh! The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no! He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Was the man that died the artist in the picture? Again? I'm connecting random dots, but it seems like, I'm connecting the dots. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. With a letting agent recommend the place, I wavered. I want books! And books cost money! Horrible history is a small price to pay! I realized it would mean I would buy more books. I signed the lease like lightning. Brave or blinkered? But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? Jeez, how many people died in there? Horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. A feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. I think it might just have been your mind playing tricks on you. No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. Nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All those souls who've died in that room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me! That really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, happened again last night too. When I see Mr. Shams who was writhing in agony from the poison in his body, I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room! Huh. Is it the gas? Maybe you're right, Naomi. Maybe everybody is dying in there because of the gas. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. I know it, and that's why. I'm already searching the next room with a history to call home. I think we should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. I think you did stumble on the answer. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Oh, don't say that. Ooh, Susasan knows how to make the man listen. I think you did stumble on it. That's funny. Of course. Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You mean Mr. Garadub? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, want to go near the place. Ah, perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and the tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? Well, he does seem to have a usually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. Must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear, no! It's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shakespeare isn't in fact dead at all. This time around, he's able to tell us what happened and be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Inspector Gregson.
I'm going to go over here and what you just said. Now, on that note, I have some good news and some bad news.
Oh.
Which do you want first?
Always, every time. Bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle.
Right, well, in that case, the good news it is.
Huh?
Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way.
Aw. Why did you ask me my preference?
As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamsier, was just unconscious. He's come around now.
Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory.
He's still being treated by the doctors, but we managed to get a written statement from him already.
Oh, is that wonderful, Ms. Nastomy? Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell.
Sorry, no, that's not on the cards.
What? Why ever not, Inspector?
Mr. Shamsier has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night.
Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean...
I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume.
Arr!
By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life.
That wicked cicada.
Soseki Natsume.
No!
I'm afraid you will be appearing in court as planned. And we wanted to make necessary preparations.
No!
And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I know I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court, and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him.
To be continued. Wow, we're already onto the case. Or onto the trial. Okay then. Ah! I can posture and stretch. That was timed so perfectly. I hate it. So the only issue is I kind of need to go downstairs to get water. Yeah, we're going right to court. February 22nd, 9:23 a.m. Well, I am not going to do the entire trial today. That would be a bit much for my throat. So, hold on. I need to go get water, and I might grab a little bit of milk too. Oops. Sorry, Roxy, I didn't mean to wake you up. Go back to sleep. I'll be right back, okay? Good puppy, good puppy. There we go. I'm getting the puppy some pets. Then I'll go grab water. Be right back. You can stay, Roxy. I'll be right back, okay? Stay. I'll be back up in a minute, okay? I'll be right back.
I'm back, Roxy. Walk, walk, walk. Hey, Whoopee. Hey, Whoopee. Bubby, bubby, bubby. Bubby, bubby, bubby. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah, that's right. Don't do it. Thank you. Don't. Don't mind me. I am just giving my dog belly rubs. She's very happy right now. Alright, headphones back on. In position to be comfy. Here, Roxy. I'll lay down like this. So you can be more cozy. Of course, now your butt's kind of trapped. But that's okay. Don't do it. Don't do it. She'll do 2 sips. Alright, adjusting myself. Reset position. There we go. Alright, defendant's antechamber. The Old Bailey. This place always makes you feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line! Good morning! Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab his screen in the back. And now this! Another morning, another murder! Here am I again in this hellhole! Can't keep coming to court! I think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid of bad news! Oh! Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So, here we go again. Yes, again. That is surprisingly calm. What? Judicial system must be controlled by esquires! What's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hear what you say! Oh, I am sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Mrs. Sato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Baron von Zieks. Von Zieks? Guard! Oh no! Oh no, no! Here he is again. The vampire is here. So-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Saseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter. After all, yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Von Zieks is the prosecutor. Oh no! That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. You experienced it firsthand. Oh right! The man who successfully defended him at most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. Yeah, the first case. Do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper! Petrifying! Perils! Potentially! Oh, if it's potentially... At least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Look sooner, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire! Yes? I'm innocent! You have to believe me! You more than anyone now! Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear.
not even sure where to begin with this case. Well, trial scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh, if we were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as weakness. If Lawrence Zeeks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Sir Hodo. Right, yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, Locos to the Mr. Hodo, Esquire, well said! I swear on this sword at my side and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. Oh, yes. It begins. 9:40 a.m. Odd time to start. I'm sorry, is it the same exact jury as the last case? They're here again? I swear it's the exact same jury. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my lord Ignomini's friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord von Zeeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It was in Tampon when he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. And now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. Yeah, we never found out what his disdain was. This Reaper with his curious disdain for us Japanese is prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Got this. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Saseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Absolutely! I had a feeling this Larkin wasn't innocent before. It's the same exact freaking jury. Why? That makes no sense. If it's randomly selected, how do they have the same exact people? I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the rules is very fetching, actually. Oh, wait, you're new, I think. Actually, I think she's new. She's the only one I don't recognize. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. Your choice is so very different to our own, isn't it? So I certainly think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. And that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. And citizens of London chose it at random. Or at least that's the idea. Prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here like 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Oh, because... Okay, so the reason is just because it was 2 days ago. And it's the same person. Okay. Lord von Zeeks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric deputies before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate the most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls his first witness to the stand. Or first witnesses to the stand. And the cape's already off. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Oh. Interesting combo. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Bergson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Natsumi from the Empire of Japan. My guardian ordered me to come here as a student, study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume? Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken. That you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember this as if it was yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garrideb household where the defendant had lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. I was already admitted to visit the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoned by strychnine. He was found the following morning where the landlord, suspected something was wrong, broke down the door. This means I presume that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident? Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell tale. He was very glad he didn't. I was halfway to heaven when he first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. And then he slowly rose up like a zombie. That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Alright. You can see it unconscious at the table, having been poisoned. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes? As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. The woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned, and me? What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsume? How? When on that fatal night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. It's so cold, my runny nose would freeze! The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more. Conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! But he drank it too. Order! Order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you said to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me while I visited Mr. Shamspear's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. Yeah, possibly, Naomi. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never! The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before. Thank you. Now, according to the laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. As presumed, the prosecution has no objection. None whatsoever, my lord. That's funny that you joked about it, and it just seems right. Good. Then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now. So, no, I mean, it's probably because, like the judge just said, he never puts out his fires before going to sleep. He probably, leaving the fire on, just created smoke in his room, and the smoke was suffocating him. Yes, my lord! I don't have a consistent voice for him. His voice is all over the place, I swear. A catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and they took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Oh, strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. Oh, don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have perfectly been able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Damn. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Tsunamis claims tea to have been harmless, presumably, though. The teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why did I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard is failed to examine the suspect's substance. How could you overlook something so important? Is that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nepalese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There's one left, down the drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not a possible test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding. I mean, all they said was that the poison takes time to have an effect in the testimony. That's all they said. It appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. I see. Thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. Their recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. I didn't even do anything yet! Can't tell to beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Alright. Let's start. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. Hold it! Just press for now. Were you and your neighbors good friends then? No! We weren't friends! Not at all! Not at all! Never! Ever! A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shamspeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume? It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings. I ran into Mr. Shamspeare outside on the street. That was at around 6. Exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. Ow! Oh, my leg! Oh, I'm cramping. Ow! I felt it started to stretch and I had to move it. Oh, oh, I gotta roll over to my side. I'm sorry, Roxy. Ow! There. Oh. Ow! Oh, it hurts. Oh, gee. Ow! Oh, I can't move right. I wasn't even thinking it'd be bad. It just started hurting, and then I had to move, and it was worse. Ah. I gotta be careful. I'm gonna try not to. I don't know what to do. It hurts. Oh. Alright. I'm good. For now. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate, but I have an intelligence? Intentions? No, not 1, not 2, not any. Not at all. Never, ever. Simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. We had a literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. Hold it! Literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare. Oh, a very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh, yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? A profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with the reenactment. So we battled it out! In a Greco-Roman style, naturally. What? Mr. says he had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such a contest. So when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? He is Romeo and I is Juliet. After a vigorous wild tussle, I, as Juliet, came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever! I do not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. Him as Juliet, which probably why he's dressed like that, because he looked like Romeo, in a sense. Maybe. But I don't want to know what he looked like as Juliet. That's terrifying. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim. Correct? correct. I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see? It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why does everyone look at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless! Of course it was! Don't you have any basis for that statement, witness? My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Hold it! Well, we already know that's not true. Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. Must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would need to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Yes, definitely! By heaven and earth, I swear it! The landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how is the landlord able to attest to this? He, said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector? When tenants return in their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Gyarados seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Shamsier's room. I know that for certain. He must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right. My tea was harmless, completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that. Not that simple, I'm afraid. What do you mean? Yes, strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't kill over immediately after taking it. Hold it! We need more information. How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison is consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, eventually dies from asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. But then how did he live? If he drank the whole tea, that makes no sense. If he ingested the entire tea, that poison would have killed him easily, and yet he lived. Seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again? It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. What's wrong, Naomi? You keep nodding off. Oh no! Yapwa! Well, all I was saying, Naomi, is that it makes no sense for him to be poisoned if he drank the whole thing, because then he would have died from poison easily. And this is a long time, certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. Can't deny that. It further degrades Soseki-san's alibi. I have the criminal report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. Alright, so I gotta make sure I talk to Soseki more, because I keep yelling. I have to do the voice, he keeps yelling. And I can only really do his voice because nobody's home. So I can yell all I want. It'll be great when I can move out and can yell freely. Fills it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well, the court will add this report to the court record as evidence. Oh my god, don't hold on to that. A report issued by Scotland Yard's medical officer. It obviously mentions the poison as well as other details gleaned during the police investigation. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. Huh. Hold on. Small quantity? These are the things you could do without so calm. Oh my. God damn it, Naomi. So so it was a coma. A small quantity of strychnine affects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with tea. Incident occurred around 1:30. Oh! The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st February. It appears to have broken when the man collapsed after... Oh, I don't know about the song. I don't know where to present it, though. I'm gonna press for now.
Hold it!
Argument still stands, you say? This is what Mr. Natsumi has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on. Exactly! Me and my tea are innocent! Sweet and innocent, I tell you! I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shamsphere could have locked the door after you've gone. But no! You drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger! That came after the tea! Do you have any evidence to support that statement? No. In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot! Sure, a proverb would satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there is sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter. No! That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo? Of course, go ahead. Natsume's argues for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently, the Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency with the Inspector is saying, I think. Afraid so, as things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Listen carefully to his testimony again. Yes! Okay, so I gotta... Do I actually present the thing here?
Objection!
I got it! Objection! Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes! And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine. Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. Chrono, what? What do you want about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Wow! They did the same pose! They did the same pose and reaction! The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Bunsies? Oh, there's his wine. Are you gonna throw it immediately? Pray forgive the discourtesy of my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hollow chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? No, you broke it already. I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at this time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
It's not so he brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. In Japan, there's a well-known saying. Drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
Objection! In my country, there is an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim can be poisoned. Other possibilities. Which other possibilities, Counsel? We don't know. Oh. My brother got home. Sorry. Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my little friend. Someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. Suggests this may have been a suicide, Counsel.
Objection!
Oh. Mr. Shamspears categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
Don't bad slap. But he could be lying. He's pissed. Is something wrong, Lord Von Zeeks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Hold it! Please tell me it's the victim. Out! Out, brief candle! Life's but a walking shadow. Here he is. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Oh, he just doing all the JoJo poses. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Oh, so are you? Go back to being dead? William Shakespeare, my lord. At last was I, undone by the bitter defense. I am the victim. What's he doing here? Oh boy. This is getting complicated fast. The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's future resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness?
Very well, Counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to know what the court shall hear from the victim himself. What was the staff? Like a jester? Happy am I, Shamspear, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. Jeez, he can't stop yelling. Ugh, you stretch. That felt good. Good crack. That will do, Mr. Natsumi. Let the court now hear from the victim. Alright, testimony 2. Oh, you. Alright, so that's Mr. Shamspear. It was you from yesterday. Who's that other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure that we caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. Oh, that was a bad voice. A writer of words so sweet, they do scent the breeze. An inventor, ideas are profound, they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Where the great bard be called to life anew. Lo, what magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shakespeare. The name's Meterman. Edron B. Meterman. I work for the Alamos Gas Company East End branch office. I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. Yes, Roxy, can I help you? Can you sit up here? Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see into Saseki-san's lodgings. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? Just look at his pose, like, He's just jaw flapping. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garadev's house that morning. He's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember that sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips? I subpoena him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Roxy, you good? Do I have to take you outside again? You can go. Come on. I'm gonna take the dog outside. Be right. You joined at the worst time, Bacon, because I gotta take my dog outside. I'll be right back. Thank you for coming by. Blah blah blah.
Ah. The only reason we screamed is because because people like to scream in this game. I also got fruit snacks. Hi, I'm back. Dog had to pee quick. Now we're good. Alright. There isn't a less contriving meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. They're actually taking this serif anagram idea seriously. Sit over here, Roxy. Oh, nope, she is sitting against my stomach. Oh, my jaw. Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. But my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspear doing here? The gas man, I mean. Oh, what, me? Well, now. Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. I see. Stop. Love you, Vega. Stop. You might want to turn your body around so you don't fall off the bed. Love you, though. Papa. This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meat Man? Hang on, no. I'm just here. I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it does pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth that I'd wrench the night of my discontent. He really doesn't want to speak. The wintry night of my discontent. If you keep talking, oh no. The snow lay about my neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But merry bitter was his drink. When he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the twee alone that did pass my lips that late hour, naught else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. I'm kind of treating him like Popeye, not gonna lie, because of the chin. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed eastern fella. Oh. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamster's room all night? That's right. Of course the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? There's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. The question is, why? I love that. Well, now that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man. Whoever wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? Roxy, stop. Stop. Now, stop licking my finger now. You don't have permission to lick my hand just because I block you from eating your foot. So stop. No, I said stop. Better stop. And back to licking my finger. I got a very wet finger now.
This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make me more ado about his tedious words.
What'd you say about me?
Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. Roxy, stop it.
As the testimony we just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime.
They're all convinced. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. No, counsel. Defense may proceed with a cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Already the final? Roxy, I said stop. Stop it. Stop.
I will get that anti-itch spray. I will get it. So stop. All right. No. All right, she's just laying down now. She stopped. Snow lay about, my neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing gift of tea.
Hold it!
Be clear, by neighbor, you're referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume? Oh, indeed, sire. That's just with the... Let's try that again. I had a fruit snack in my mouth. Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs. On phone and brush teeth and take meds? Alrighty.
And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room?
Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and though did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were embroiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means discussion on who's the stronger, Romeo or Juliet? I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be to bring weight upon our merry experiment. I cannot imagine the scene. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of jujitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am a thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. But Mary, bitter was his drink. When he left, I did fall prostrate on my table.
Hold it!
What time did you drink it? Let me stop you there. I see you left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That was more than 3 hours of missing time. He's just dancing. Look at him go. He doesn't care. Alright, I got more food. The defendant had really put the poison into your tea? That 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly, 'tis an easy task.
What? I did drink of the tea, that was... Well, my guest did stay, but after he took leave of me... Faith! Actually, I just told you to stop. Oh, it's your back foot. Okay, that's not so bad. The front feet you can't do, though. Just look at him go! Lovely. He's kind of dancing to the music, not gonna lie. Sort of. At least in the beat. Faith 'twas so cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. With such argument, there would be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again. Who was stronger? Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. You did not come here with the intention of naming your attacker. But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stupid lover of words that attempted to shuffle me off this mortal coil. Oh, we all know what that means. 'Twas the tea alone to pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
Hold it!
So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal? Dinner? Supper? Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry? I would that my belly were full no more often than the sun doth rise. Why are you doing this? Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is it that there doth not in my chamber be than the costumes of mine art. Now it appeared to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. I think it's not just the food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't see a single play or script anywhere. I have devoured them all. You've eaten them? Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Yeah. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. Hey, this guy. So outside this bloke's window with the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room.
Hold it!
Why? He knows how the house have all been filled in. A struggle artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there. I'll break the poorly. But as it happens, there is a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? For some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. That's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. What's with all the theatricals today? Now that interests me, Sir Beachman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings. Did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be so sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. Since we know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempt at suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Oh yes, lucidly explained, Counsel, thank you. It really was, you can't argue with the logic. about this last statement. No one else is in the room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella, so you can't be sure it was defended then.
Objection!
Good try. How many other short little brown-backed Japanese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. They showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. When the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamster drink tea together? Nah, sorry. I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? What I did see was the silhouette of that little brown-backed fellow wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet Championship bout getting underway. Mr. Meter Man, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question, Gasman's honor. Hold it. What? Oh. My lord! Oh, it begins. Where is me, yes, Mr. Foreman? I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes! I don't understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another. That you've reached a unanimous decision. Too right we have. Are you all with me? Yes! Wait, no. The defense is in the middle of cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially if you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, so 3 missing hours as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take Bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow our top. Huh? What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Very well, let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
I got the voices half right, half wrong. Now I gotta make a stand. All of you? Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. Phone? Oh, nothing. So, this time at least seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. Oh, welcome back, Roxy, again. Hi. I just took you out. What are you thinking? This calls for a toast, I feel. I'm not done yet. To the guilty being punished. Wow! Get on, Mr. Naruto, please! The trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Mrs. Sato? What about the information I found in this Encyclopedia British Law I have? That's pure right that belongs to the defense in these situations, remember? A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. Here in the British court of law, if we can reverse the decision of the majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. Roxy, I literally just took you out. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. surprise, have I learned Nippity's friend's inability to admit defeat. You chose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth.
Certainly no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination.
Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered.
Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. Defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with summation examination, as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law.
Thank you, my lord.
Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman?
Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity, and we're ready for it.
Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused.
Roxy, I just took you out. But it is starting to get late. And I'd say, being our backs against the wall, I think I will save here. Because I'm not going to be able to finish this tonight. I need to get some rest. Oh wait, there's a reader? Oh, right, I forgot that. Yeah, alright, so next time, we have to convince this jury that, to flip their choices. So this should be fun. But yeah, sweet dreams. As much as I want to continue, I have to finish it off now. Save my throat. We have 5 people, though, so I think I'll do a raid. I do like people just listening in. I hope my voice acting is good enough for the entertainment. But let me see. Oh yeah, I can send people to Ryx. They're coming back from their trip to MFF, so why not? I'll give some support. Ryx. Too bad it's so... There we go. Just doing VR chat, looking around. So for everyone who stuck around, thank you very much. Very much appreciate it. I will see you all for the Game Awards tomorrow. It's gonna be a fun time. I cannot wait. Can't wait to see the announcements, what ends up winning, because I honestly don't know what will win what, for the most part. But I'll go over it more tomorrow. So, take care, and see you then. Bye-bye.
Be home now.